Hello, hello. I I just want to go off right off the bat that I'm sorry for not streaming yesterday. There was just a lot of stuff I had to do yesterday, so I canceled the stream there. Let's pretend that's November 2nd for like let's pretend it's November 2nd. Like we went back in time to get turkeys off the menu. Oh god. So we did the investigation yesterday. And now we're gonna go into the trial, the first trial. I have to like, whenever like conversations and stuff gets brought up, I have to like hold back what I want to say sometimes, because it's just going to spoil stuff. Like, I don't know if I mentioned it, but I've seen people talk about this, how it's very difficult to talk about the Great Ace Attorney and some of its characters without spoiling stuff. And I won't go into, because like there's other stuff that like I couldn't say from like the beginning. Like that's all I'll say from the very beginning of like when we played this. I can't say it or else it's spoilers. Like oh yeah, like for example, no, wait, no. Like, see, that I have to like think about, I'm like, am I going to spoil something when I say this? And it's probably a yes. Yeah, it's a yes. That's just like the issue with just talking about the game. Like, you can only really, I don't know to what extent you can talk about it without spoiling stuff. Because of how much, like there's a lot more characters than, like, you realize they're actually important to this than in, like, the first trilogy. Like, I'm not gonna see freaking, April May ever again. I'm not gonna see her ever again. Like, she's not gonna be plot relevant. But there's, like, so many characters in this game that, like, ties into so much stuff. It's so difficult to talk about the characters without having to mention something. And from what I've heard, like, most people stop playing at the second case because the game, I think gameplay wise, it's a bit long. Like, it's draining, but also, like, there's like people that do not like Shelms because he's so insufferable. And I get that. The dude's just being freaking difficult and doing whatever the frick it is he does. Like, if I were to find a screenshot. Actually, no, wait, hold on. Let me... I saved this meme because I was just looking at Tumblr memes. I misspelled that, but whatever. Downloads. Where is it? Like, the whole tiara thing with Sholmes. Like, look at this. First introduction to my very German English teacher was when I was doing a quiz in chemistry. He walked in wearing a plastic tiara and clip-on earrings, said in his very thick accent, "I can do whatever I want," and left. Like... that's it. Like... some people just, like, can't handle Sholmes, so they just kind of stop. And also the gameplay-wise, like, it's... You're just doing an investigation. You're stuck on a boat, going to 3 different rooms. And that's it. It's like, it's very long. But let's get to... Did I not save in this spot? I guess I didn't. I'll save that. I'll save that when we get in. I need to drag frickin' Barrick. Why did I forget his name? Von Zeke's, like, down, like, the little, Am I brain dead? Is that what's happening here? I got no thought. We gonna pretend it's the 2nd November in real life for a second. What evidence do we have? Again, I just need to, like, okay. Redhead League. Foe of Mr. Vigil. The letter of introduction we got from Professor Mikitoba. The dismissal notice about Mr. Vigil. The only all-investigation episode outside the investigations game. Yeah, and it's a lot like, not draining, but, you're just going between, like, 3 rooms and having to deal with Sholmes. Jailbreak plot. Like, you just bleep out someone's name and it's like, who else is it gonna be? Like... It's the 3rd person. There's always a 3rd person involved in this. Like, you have the defendant, the victim, and the witness. And the witness is the 3rd person. Okay, framed photograph of Miss Vigil in her younger years. For some reason. Revolver that we don't know anything about. Key, candle. This photograph's gonna make me cry. Okay. Okay. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. There is a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose. Yes, I think so. It can only be the result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, he finally got his hair back to normal. Mr. Sholmes, have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I completely forgot about your little hair problem. What to one man is a little hair problem is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. I swear his hair's going to fall out at some point. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And you. I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is a far greater deterrent to the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point on which I would readily commend to you. What honor? And that would be your eye for a good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes. After all, behind this lawyer there's a very great mind. My own. You kidding me? What are you trying to say? As I realized my freaking PG2 ain't talking. Hi. I have to click, click, click. There we go. I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium? It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming students in action. I shall be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year. Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there are some fruits to see. Odo? Oh, yes, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it's what killed the boss. I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't him, who was it? I don't know that yet. I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out it was him who killed the boss, then God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. At least, that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this. For the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. So you've gotta find who've done this and make the wretched pay. Counsel for the defense and the defendant, court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please. Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Von Zeeks. Oh wait, whatever. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all of these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye. We are so cooked, chat. Okay. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I am not ready. We're here to conduct the fair and just trial of defendant Barrick Von Zeeks. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin? The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma-sama. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench. The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge. In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder. Truths revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions, what the fudge? Repercussions through the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted as a closed trial, with no members of the public present. By Her Majesty's direct orders. How will that work, my lord? The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the jury's bench shall remain vacant today. If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord? They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial. Ah, great. What the fudge? Members of the judiciary. Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already. There is of course another unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain this is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma. Very well, let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement if you please. Certainly, my lord. the incident took place on 1st November at just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property. Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, a name known very well indeed to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago. The Professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. How has the range been determined? Or how has the range been determined? There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powdered hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range. I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively. Bravo, Kazuma-sama. For not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven. Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There was a candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yes, that's right. Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The setting of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Boone. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there? Presumably he was investigating some case or other. When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witnesses and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. This is like a whole freaking, like... Miles Edgeworth picks up the gun for some reason on the boat. Anyway, I'm gonna look at this. Maria Gori. Victim was shot in the chest at close range from the point. Caliber of the gun used matches that of standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Okay. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel? Naturally. The accused himself. Lord Von Zeeks! As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well, let the defendant take the witness stand. I'm in music. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Barak von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor. I presume, Lord von Zeeks, that you heard Prosecutor Sogi's opening preces. I did. It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this? Yes, my lord. And I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. I intend to explain away nothing. I will simply tell the truth. I must say, Lord von Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words, Prosecutor Sogi. It would appear to be a singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's got into Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. There's like, hold on, wait, because another thing I saved. Hold on. Another thing I saved. Bitch. Did I save it? I did, yeah. Another, like, meme. I hit my head really hard and now I'm more insufferable. This is... He has become more insufferable since, that bonk to the noggin. Anyway. I need to say real quick. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. The music in this game is really good. Okay. Double checking stuff. Hold it! Okay. You were investigating the inspector. 1 or 4. I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified as a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand then that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. It just spoke to you like he's on Fresno Street. The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord von Zeeks? I was aware of the possible consequences. So in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Why did I ever think I could defend this man? Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found is very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yes, I remember, and there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Ow.
Hold it!
So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you said it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another presence. I didn't sense another, like... I know, like, people just had that, but just because he's, like, the freaking Reaper of the Bailey, vampire, whatever the heck you want to call him, it's just, like... I didn't sense another, like, person in my, like, spidey sense. Then it could be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room. No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, if sound emanated from inside the room, I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor? Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part. Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. But then, what on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper! The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Wait, what? Hold on. I know there's like something here. I'm just like, wait. And that's when he knows the body, when he looked in the direction.
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Berg von Zeeks, is lying on multiple fronts! Brother! What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel! The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? You examine the tip of the long candle. You can see it has been blown off by a powerful impact. One would assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly on a different length. I'm sorry, I like hesitated for a second there because I heard the freaking music. It's his freaking theme, but they changed it. I'm gonna cry. I almost stumbled my words because I just heard it. I love this game. Okay, what? The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of a different length. Yes, I can see that. Only the candle that appears to have been struck by the bullet is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. That's right. That's just catch me off guard. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candelabrum. And the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. Oh, and now to the next lie. There's more! The accused also claims he never have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. "10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board. Indeed. What is this common thread, Counsel?" They all relate to a case prosecuted in court by Barak von Zeeks. All of them. And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Why is it always 10 years ago? Your guess is as good as mine. I guess, like, to have a mystery to solve, like something that just never got solved or whatever. And it's also like, I guess it's also because of how, like, you can't really go back to, like, the scene of the crime, like, when all that happened. At least not exactly. Like, you could probably go to the place where it happened, but it makes it, like, a lot more difficult, so you're just trying to figure out with, like, new eyes or whatever. Like, oh, this actually happened instead of this. To tie up loose ends, because something just... You can't really go back and look. Furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. No. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim he never to have been to his own secret hideout. No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the locations of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What? He has become even more insufferable since he got clonked on the freaking head. Wait, Greg was killed? No, my fish and chips! High cholesterol man is dead. He's gone. Yeah, I saw your name in chat, Trip, and I'm like, oh no. Yeah, you missed quite a bit from the last stream. I'll have to show you context and how we found that out. Anyway, yo, where's the picture? Like, I need a photograph. Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Beric von Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur with Prosecutor Soki's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stalked inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma has done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable, and also very much insufferable. Counsel, you will submit the board that you just showed the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Thank you, my lord. Give this to me. Oh, great. And now the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw the events unfold on the day in question. They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yes, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room. Very well, lead the witnesses in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand. Certainly, my lord. Hey, look! It's Beppa! Wait, hold up. I need to see this board. Hold on. I need to see this. Also, look at this. Curse. Curse. He's smiling. Zeeks is smiling. Anyway. Dead, alive, possibly might be gay. Sorry. Oh. Ayo? Hand? Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look! Yes, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, looks just like a handprint. And the color, that's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Bloody handprint. There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent things appear to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out. Do you remember? There was a red hairpiece at the scene too. Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? Okay, alright, got that. So, okay. So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy for the likes of us. We're just free and easy. Sell what we'd like. Live where we want to live. I give them all vacant stares as they walk down Fresno Street and spin a few words into a verse for them. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street? Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits to passerby, you know? Jaunty little tidbits. I got an absolute smasher for you, sir. Right up your you know it is. 6 pence is the price, and not a penny less. Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested. Try the... Try the man! You freaking give me 6 pence. Give him the money and see what it is. I'm being robbed here. What the next thing you know, the freaking gallery's going to like be screaming. Pay the man, counsel. Alright, 6 pence it is. You won't regret it, sir. Now, got your listening ears on? Just between us, a young couple on Slate Street have just had twins. Is that it? No, that's not it. It's gossip in it. Wants to spread but the bits up to you and your mouths, of course. I've got some more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece it is, if you're curious. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that bottom lip of yours. Nail that unusual bruise or whatever it is that's poking up under your collar. Oh yeah, like right there. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me, I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What'd you say? You weren't exaggerating with the little. Do they actually sell? Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get to 100, they could blow up the school! No! Not the most savory of ideas, young lady. What'd you say then, eh? Want a pot for 6 pence for a pop? Well, wait, what? You want me to buy one? Tell you what, I'll let you know a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right. Pay the woman, counsel. I'm being robbed here. Okay. Alright, I'll buy one. Lovely stuff, right then? This is something a bit extra, just for you. The Venus Special, only 600 pence. 600? It's 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey either. I'm just gonna blow this place up to smithereens. Frick this place. What sort of bang could it make? And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I am the think of me. Think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. I therefore think. I think. Because I stand here on the street, watching the world go on about me, they call me the Observator. Get out it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich. You know it. Venus, Gossip, and Sandwich. My favorite trio ever. So, you don't actually sell anything. A problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do. And think what it means. I don't actually sell anything. No, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. God, I just spent like 12 pence. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. This is a freaking kangaroo circus we living in. Wait, kangaroo circus? No. Kangaroo, like, courtroom. I mean, this is a circus. And I'm the freaking clown. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose. Not only that, but they bravely ran inside to see what's going on and witnessed the crime. I'll be a beggared, I thought, just between us. Venus di Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if all but what we see is light and shadow, playing with our eyes, is any of it real? Very well. Court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. What? I just Aventress. I was like, wait, what is that? And I looked it up like, oh, it's that. What does this mean? But what if it won't? I looked in Windcraft Talk. Jump scare. But what if it won't? That's the type of thing Sandwich would say. We saw the whole thing from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in. They went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reap had gone inside that we all heard a big bang. Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. gossip couldn't wait to go and see what had happened. I ran into the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death me, so I ran off to find a copper. These witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything. Who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Varric von Zeeks. I've seen pictures of that Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. It's just between us. Folks love stories like this. I've made myself a tidy sum already. But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All of the flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Boone. The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. No! Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed to cross-examine the witnesses. Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony somehow. Okay. Oh wait, yeah, let me inspect the firecrackers. Have you had an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks. Sorry, it's just that it's the Venus special. I was wondering, what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like? Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. I'm pretty sure we just scared half of the court to death. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like... It goes off like a gunshot. I'm pretty... Where did you get a lighter? Or not a lighter, a matchstick. Did you just borrow one from Venus or something? Yeah, I got hit with a random sub. Look what I can do now. What the heck? Confused. Nice. Okay. So information on firecracker. Sounds like a gunshot. Okay. Nope, didn't mean to do that. Q.
Hold it!
When you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson, the defendant, Lord Von Zeeks. I suppose so. The likes of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. It was that old Reaper that went last. That's for sure and certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. The first fella must have gone inside. A good 15 minutes before we heard that gunshot. The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that? Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten a fellow with bright red hair like that, does it? Lemons and lemon juice are two different things. What? Huh? I feel like that has to come from, like, those clips that they have. What? Hold on. We watching this? Are we serious? Oh my god. Let me get through this dialogue real quick. God, okay. Does it... Yeah, its hair really were red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks even. That fire red mop still burns on the inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute. You're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? Aye, he was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well. Well, Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red, and not by any stretch of the imagination. It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. Okay, I'm gonna watch it once I get through this. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at this photograph of the victim taken at the scene. No! Yes, that's Inspector Gregson, all right. And a red hairpiece. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then why on earth would he have been wearing something like that? The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence. Please, counsel. And what became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene, so it just disappeared. What? Do you expect us to have been watching the building every second, do you? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. That's gore. That's gore of my comfort character. Now, we can't just play this off like whatever the heck happened with Kazuma. I salute to you, Inspector Gregson. Okay. Alright, let me get this freaking video. Shut. Okay, like quick commercial break or whatever. Frickin'. This it? Yeah, it is. Okay. turn up the gaming audio real quick. I think this should be on. I'm gonna make sure. That's still on. Drepper. Okay.
Yeah?
You told us that your town was going to kick you out forever, and you don't even seem upset about that.
They keep asking me to leave, and I didn't leave, and then they were gonna tell me to kick out, and then I was gonna be kicked out, and I was like, I don't want that to happen.
Why were they going to kick you out?
Because they don't understand the difference between lemons and lemon juice.
What?
It's a long story. You wouldn't understand.
I'm really trying here.
If they had to kick you out because they didn't understand the difference between lemons and lemon juice, we might have to kick you out if we don't understand the difference between lemons and lemon juice.
Well, the one is the lemon, and then the other's like a liquidy juice type. They kept saying that one came from the other, and that's horseshit.
Clearly, the juice comes from the lemon, but once you squeeze the juice out of the lemon, it
This is what they kept saying. That doesn't make any sense. I don't have any lemons on me, but if you squeeze that lemon and lemon juice came out, I wouldn't.
All right, when we get to Click Clock, I am gonna blow your mind.
What? Okay. Okay then. Alright, what the frick were we doing? Oh yeah, I was looking at this thing. Okay. Oh, there was 100% a third person there. Maybe not there at the exact time when the gunshot rang out, but... I say in heavy air quotes. Okay. It was less than a minute after the Reaper got inside that we all heard a big bang. Okay.
Hold it!
By which presumably you mean the gunshot. I say these sorts of things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit... like this, doesn't it? And you said that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building. That's right, it was almost straight away. Bang it went, just like that. Well, he is the Reaper, ain't he? It's what the French call a fait accompli. What? When the Reaper's around, people are going in the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it? You freaking gossip. Okay, I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There can be no clearer motive for the crime. Yes, it's certainly an eminently credible motive. Great! And at that point, he ran inside, is that correct? Seems to me a quick talk to...
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too? Well, me, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs of that I can't move very well. You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board around your neck and that big sign in your hand. What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible that you and I have met before? I'm not anybody to me. The signs are what make me who I am now. A sign, therefore I am. So, you weren't employed as an omnibus driver just under a year ago then? I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified, Mr. Naruto. Yes, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. Turn down King Henry Street in the Black Widower's Arms is just there. Oh dear, you've made him hide behind his sign. Life is full of surprises. Beppo. Ran to the room, and there he was, the Reaper gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene. Is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did. And yelled out, "What's going on off here?" Lord Von Zieks claims all he heard was a man scream, though. And was it dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There was candles burning on the wall. Really? And all there was, a fellow collapsed on the floor. Just between us, it's the first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Von Zieks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused, Beric Von Zieks. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no lily-livered coward. I stood my ground and gave that Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Sandwich Scott thought,
Excuse me.
do you have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. Empty in the head I am. Just 2 slices with no middle. So, I don't know what you could want with me. I think that maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean. What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your traps shut now. Unless you want us to make you into a real sandwich. When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it. Oh, you rotten beggar! I told you to keep that a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all fours. That's all I wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? The floor was dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand in a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck. What? What? A pool of blood? But listen here, even when I was sprawled on the floor, I still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it. I'm surprised that with the blood that was possibly on you, you didn't the police didn't question that. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hands? I did, It happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I was scared, so I slipped over. We can keep it just between us, can't we? No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to have to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once. I slipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off on the floor. You mean this floor?
Objection.
So you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Does it really matter?
Objection.
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is defense asserting? If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Sogi. He's not backing down. He's like, shut up for a minute and listen, for God's sake. Certainly, there is no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint on the blood left very clearly at the scene. On the back of this notice board. Oh! Indeed, yes indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right! That's my right hand! I'd know it anywhere.
Objection!
The witness very definitely testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Not that the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. Oh god. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, in an upright position. Even if it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body. I fell over when I came across the body. So I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room. What? In other words, the defense assertion is contradictory. Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it that you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel. Regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness's account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between the witness's account and the location of the handprint is explained by... the board moving, because that's what's just making it weird. The whole thing. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is! If the witness had put his hand against the board, the fingers would be pointed upwards. What does that tell us? It tells us one simple fact. When his handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested, which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be the position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord. So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated? Because, like, dude opens the door. And said the body was right there. The board was over here.
Take that!
This is the only possible location, immediately adjacent to the doorway. If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek! If the notice board had been here, the body would have been completely hidden from view. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or in his precise words, just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard the man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Oi! Ban! Ban that bot! Frick off! I don't know about calling it a scream, but they was talking about me and no mistake. Cause it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan, consider what would happen if the door to the room was just thrown open with force. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious. My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Eat it. Counsel, how has this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it from when investigating the room. Witness, what have you to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. He's petrified. I don't know anything about their notice board. I just wiped my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was just doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. He's got a face that screams bored. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. So none of you can elaborate further. Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, we can't expect these witnesses to be able to give more precise account of what happened. That's right, yeah. It don't pay no expect too much. It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you really? In any case, as this testimony shows, the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident. It makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barrack von Zeeks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances? Most certainly, my lord. Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel. Okay. I'll be right back. I've hired this scared man to just be absolutely frightened. Okay. I'll be right back. Beep beep. Freaking back, and I'm ready to, I don't know, defend. Okay, the heck? Don't know anything about that. There's notice board. Just wipe my hands on it. That's all.
Hold it!
So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on? Admit it? What's to admit? Is there a plane that stayed for all to see? A smashing print of my right hand. Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint. So you wrote the notes for and pushed it into the corner, did you? No, imagine the weight of that great lump. Do I look like a powerful and well-nurtured man? Well, did you see anybody else moving the board? I've got some nerves of steel, I can tell you, but even I have my limits. I want to quickly look at, like, the people we have here. I forgot to look at this. Oh yeah, okay, there's Mr. Vigil. Mr. Caden. God bless him. Kazuma Sogi, 24. My best friend, who I had believed to be dead. He lost his memory somehow, but has now materialized as a prosecutor in the British courts. And then Gossip, Venus, and Sandwich. There was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. There was precious little light inside either. My bottom lip was all a quiver. In other words, this witness is unable to give definitive testimony on that point. Yeah, so it would seem.
Hold it!
When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's the Priory School just around the corner, see? Those cheeky little so-and-sos have got a plan to blow up the school to kingdom come. So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt. So I let the school know the kids that are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? At some point, you're going to get caught. Well, you basically just said that. Actually, wait, no, it's a closed core. This information ain't gonna get out. What a racket. Of course, and sometimes teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives. Venus is a guileful goddess indeed. Well, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it. I'm sorry, she chucked those fireworks. Well, you trust the old man, like Mr. Sandwich.
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling bare-faced lies is kind of my thing. I'm never so good at it. Would those words of hers be a lie too? Or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. It's a heckish paradox, that one, don't you think? I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you? What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in firecrackers and set them off. They'll give you something to tremble about. You have a startlingly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich? Well, if it means I'll be burning in heckfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Can you elaborate, please, sir? Blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from. But there was someone else who crept up on the stairs behind him too. That's right. That rotten liar over there. She really just like kind of went tee-hee there, I guess. Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all? What did I tell you, eh? I said I was good at telling bare-faced lies, didn't I? Yes, you mentioned it. Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it? Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch? So you did indeed visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief! Well, now you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps... I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah. Either you can clearly remember or you didn't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurous act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I did sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. I'm about to like start singing Hamilton. If you know, you know. I didn't mean to click that.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Alright, but you did in fact go into the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you? Oh please, as if I would! I can't think of anything more terrifying! The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know? Did you touch anything at the scene? Oh, please, as if I would! I mean, there was a dead body on the floor! The truth, please. Well, alright, just a bit then. I had to look to see if there was anything I could sell. So I did give the place a once-over, but there was nothing to write home about. Right, now I hesitate to ask, but... You didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that! Just a few bits of loose change is all I had. The truth, please. Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing. You're telling us that you did move that board! She has more strength than you, Gossip, and I'm sorry to say, that's disappointing. I think that did slip out, didn't it? You daft bomb pot! I don't believe it. The girl doesn't think. So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. If my imagination... The truth now. I might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose. But a bit of junk like this can't be worth much. Oh! So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it. Gina? Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are? That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. I see. I swapped it off him once and blimey, he was upset. He gave me a right earful. He said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. Possibly not the best thing to go diving for, then. It's not all that, though. Not all that, though. I took it to Jabby's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so as long as you promise to give it back when you're done. Not a chance! I'll strap it from you if you try to get your grubby mitts on it again. That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith. Now, children, watch your manners. Good lord! The glass appears to be broken. More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot. It doesn't tick anymore either. Which is why Jabby didn't want it. What a waste, eh? Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Okay, well, it would appear that the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at least. And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel. Okay. Now we have the watch. Let me go take a look at this thing. The glass over the face really is badly cracked. Look. What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you? Yes, I should think so. He's very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact. But kind of reminder that he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an odd job man. There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here. Look. I suppose there must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Yes, of course! Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. There's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit this hole. It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we already found. Okay. Mr. Sato, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch? Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose. I knew it! A perfect fit! And look! The inspector's watch has started going again. So it has obviously not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications. She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too. He wound it without fail every single day. Having wound it up, it started ticking again. Okay. Can't see how this change. Oh, wait, okay. Since that watch, since the watch still works, it didn't stop when he got killed. It just so happened to stop around the time when he got killed, even though it's broke. Like, the glass is broken, but not the watch itself. Like, how it it working, it still ticks.
Objection!
I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case. Oh? At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What? But Counsel, the watch has stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock. Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that it was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the 3 witnesses here all heard the gunshot at 5 o'clock. So that's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago. The boss used to wind up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come at the pub. Said he had missed a day at the last 10 years, polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did. The victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yes, that would be entirely reasonable. But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day. Oh, well, how do you explain that? In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead! Counsel, that is a most extraordinary claim!
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word, it's absurd! You claimed that he was already dead the night before. Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? On that subject, there is something rather surprising. There's actually an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted. That's right. Wait a minute, you've forgotten that my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in. What do you mean? Like I said, I planted my hand in a dirty great puddle of blood. Yes? So the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection!
But that blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body after he... Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner? Oh, he pulled that. Oh my god. Are you freaking kidding me, Kazuma? Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way of identifying human as blood. Identify human as blood. Yeah, that's really impossible, man. I can't tell ya. Okay, we've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human. The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct. It is beyond our abilities. So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly a possibility that it wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it though? What? Given that, the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, it is beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all. Oh please, what are you trying to say? Us lot know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that there room. Now you listen to me! Straight Salazar's ears are his livelihood! He still has the freaking whip from his old job. Why do you still have that? I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise. Explain yourself then, counsel. A noise that sounded like a gunshot could have been made with... the mother freaking firecrackers!
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious! The very fireworks that are sold by the witness! Now hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little fireworks only make a little pop anyway. Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak von Zeeks. One whiff of a match and my firecrackers go pop. See? That's why people like them. I fear for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a time bomb. That was literally 8 days ago, man. Good heavens, a bomb! Yes, a device that allows you to blow up wherever you like, whenever you like. Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident. No, wait, it's the whenever you like part that's important. A timed device. Yes, exactly. A timed device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left. Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, counsel. What proof do you have to suggest that in any way that a timed device was employed to create the gunshot sound? Had to have been the candlesticks because one of the parts is blown off, and also like what did that autopsy report say? Because like I'm surprised no one really pointed this out. Because that candlestick is, like, high up on the wall. How the frick, like... At least, like, from what it looks like it's high up from the wall. How the heck did, like, a gunshot hit the frickin' thing? What the heck was that? That's what... Something fell. Oh, no. Okay, like... Shot on the chest at close range from the front results in instant death. So, nothing of like the heart or whatever was just struck. It was just like point blank range, just killed the man. But nothing about like whether it was an upwards or downwards trajectory. And all that. I'm surprised no one has pointed that out. Or maybe it will in the next few minutes because, like... I don't know. Because that... Either that room is small, and so that wherever that candle was from, like wherever the heck that candle is at, is just low. Yeah, time of death, not even noted. Okay, oh yeah, wait. Give me the candle thing, yeah. Alright, I looked at this, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Making sure.
Take that!
As the court has already discussed, The tip of one of the candles in this candelabrum has been blown off. Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim. Okay, another thing, where the frick is the bullet then? Where is it? Where's the bullet? I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible? Why? Because of the scorching. There are gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle. There are? Goodness, yes. But is it not the case that there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound? That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target is at very close range, amounts of centimeters from the gun. Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks. How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. Culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until it eventually ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud and that's how these three witnesses came to believe they've heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock. Well, what a plot. And this implies that the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even. Now, just hold your horses! All of us here saw the victim going into the building, remember? I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to. The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anybody can wear a wig, so the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing the red hairpiece. Someone else? Do you mean to say it was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick? In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer! Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke. Naruhodo. Kazuma! I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? What's your game? What's your game, Kazuma? I don't get it. I also noted the lack of a time of death in this report, a star commission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. Prosecutor Asogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe this trial, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture. But while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it. Well, certainly, I would agree with you. And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. I just remembered that it was stated like the day before Kazuma was also gone. Like October 31st, he was also gone and only came back, like we only saw him yesterday. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard. However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I did say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating. Yes, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the inspector of the day prior to the incident? Where's the article? There it is.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation. Surely not! Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League. The Red-Headed League? So, you've already worked it out. What on earth is all this about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception. A deception of what nature, counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London and tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. My lord, defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? He's like gobsmacked by that, like what the? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece. So it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. And it's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events. I concur that we cannot go in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least. The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Sogi. At once, my lord. Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned. Okay. I can continue on. Like 2 hours. We'll need to get something real quick. So I'll be right back. I've hired these 2 to stare at you. Like, I wish I could, like, somehow tab out without clicking on, like, anything to, like, accent. What the heck? Actually, wait. Just like gonna like rest my voice for like a little bit, just for a few minutes. But when I was looking around for like this memes, I came across something I had forgot that I made. I don't remember what the other word said, but I think the context to this is that like some friends and I were like messing around with like Discord's drawboard or whatever, and like we just like started putting a bunch of GIFs and images in the thing. And I found whatever heck GIF it was of Clavier, just like absolutely in suffering, and I just put myself in front of him. So now we have this, which I love very much. It's beautiful. If I can find, actually, I want to find that. Hold on. I just look up Clavier Gavin Sparkle GIF. Why is he in box? Who turned him into a cube? Why is Kristoff here? Frick off. Oh, I found it. Oh, it says help girl. Hold on. Okay. I'm just gonna replace this image with sad guitars. This is a Clavier Gap. This is Piano Gavin moment here. What was this? Oh yeah. Okay, there's that, and then there's frickin' this thing. Who the frick made this? I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be like those cardboard, not cardboard, but like paper cutouts you just make. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be one of those things. And it's very much cursed. This is the loading thing. I'm gonna like tab back in and completely forget it's there. Like, I can delete this, that, and the third. The fudge? Oh. Every so often. Oh wait, I need to like, okay. What I'm going to do is I'm going to slowly, where is the charms? Where's the charms at? Where is Barrick? Where is he at? Okay. I'm gonna like slightly rotate him to the corner here. He's gonna come down here at some point. Actually, you know what? He's starting to trust us a bit and everything. Like, slowly move him down. He's flying down, everyone. Oh, guy's tiny. I don't know who he's gonna be behind. Oh, he'll be right. He'll be right there. Perfect. There's a whole bunch of plushies. And then there's Trip. God, there's so much stuff I want to just say. I just want to say things. It's like, no, I'm going to spoil stuff if I dare speak. I don't know why I'm saving. We're not even in the courtroom. Okay. Oh, there you are. There you are, Odo. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Gina? You sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. Of course. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. Suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe. I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Von Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it. You had trouble with those leagued men too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No, 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 no! There's a cat screaming at me! No! 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 Okay. Okay. No, no, no. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth hound interest was merely piqued by slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took him in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen. Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the Inspector have been investigating then? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. Don't tar with him the same brush as you, Sholmes! Yes, well, then there's the whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Von Zeeks for some reason. The Reaper, the Red-Headed League, Inspector Gregson, Lord Von Zeeks, and Kazuma. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow. Gosh, I think you're right. What's he really trying to achieve here today? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Zuma was determined that he should be the one to prosecute this trial, and he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? I get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Mr. Sato? Yes! We haven't even talked to Zeeks at all. Oh, there he is! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Beric von Zeeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Asogi. My lord, have you summoned the witnesses as requested? Yes, the two members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by police carriage. Very good. Bailiff, usher the two men into the courtroom. Where? What's up? Where did one get the spaghetti? These two men are currently being held by the police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may admit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabian de Roseo, a descendant of the great de Roseo family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. I'm the third son of the great Familia de Rossi, the landowners of Napoli. I'm sure you are. The two men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Timsic are the future leaders of Europe. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with the noble blood? Lord, I'm making my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells in my brain. $25 and $26. That is all I'm trying to do. So, that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out. Oui, you could say that. Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideas, but the petty plans. This strange combination is the charm of the hilarious brothers. See, capo? He looks so done! Listen to me, Peppino. I have two things to say to you. Why are you about to tell me more your grande and anecdotes and Bimba? I don't know. I'm so sorry. I apologize in advance. I'm trying to crack this down, but I can't. Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the airless brothers. This is serious business. Che bello! There it is! The capo's trump card! A furrowed brow! It is deep, capo? The furrow and the meaning of your words. The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true? Oui, c'est ça. Oh my god. Shut. My alarm! Why did it go off? I'm so sorry. And what exactly was the nature of this deception by which you planned to defraud? Lord, I will explain it. No, Capo! Leave it to me! As you see, we both have vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Those dogs one day the world would respect us redheads. Every night he would bury his head in his pillow and weep for... Says bien, Peppino, enough. I will explain the rest. The first step was the newspaper advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. Oui, c'est quoi. I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair. And that is if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you could receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in droves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France! It was a plan most elegant, non? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. The park was described by one witness as chocked with red-headed folk, like a Scoster's orange barrow. Wasn't that literally Sholmes? I feel like Sholmes has to hold himself back because it's just like Sholmes, you are one of the idiots. And the day on which all of these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these two men spoke face to face with every single person present that day. Oui, I've seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See! And now every time I see the Capo's hair, I feel sick to my stomach. Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry. The date for our trial is not until tomorrow, I was told. Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. Oh yeah, because it's closed court. They've only been shown this photograph. Very good. So, Mr. De Raseo and Mr. De Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph. Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. I give a big glare at that, but okay then. We had more than 1,000 red-headed people assembled in the park on Lime Street that day. But I don't recall the man in this photograph. Eh, Capo? None. I don't remember him. Obviously, he's dead now. But I assure you, he was not in the park. And Laura, this victim, it had nothing to do with us. You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. You've given sworn testimony that this man in the photograph is not present. Can you be certain? I'm quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise. It must be noted that you have been arrested for a grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has little confidence in your assurances. Oofa, with this attitude, we get to nowhere, huh? He's really a sulkin. He's really a sulkin now. I thought he said a skulkin. I'm like, the brothers. Ah, frick, yeah, wait, Gregson's dead. The third Skulkin brother is gone. Man. This confidential document is obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary, dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street Red-Headed League, undercover. Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh? That is ridiculous. There is no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League. There's no question that there is a cat screaming at me again. The cat screams. For what? I don't know. I fed them earlier. I think it just... cat wants attention. Which means it's quite possible that when he was... which means it's quite possible that's when he was killed. Frick. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now. Okay. Yes, my lord. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Okay.
Hold it!
1,000 people. That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Red had come from all over the capital. See, the capital here has the magnissimo animale, eh? Oh my god, I can't speak. Nobody else could attracts so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people want is the money, Peppino. The £4 per week. This isn't a freaking kissing booth. Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all 1,000 applicants? That we did. Because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We take their names and we take their money. And we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them we take us some days to let them know via post finito. Maybe 2 minutes a person. We start early in the morning and we stop late in the night. So, you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who'd have thought there were 1,000 such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. I still, no doubt, it's gonna fall off at some point. I don't know. Would you trust, like, freaking Sholmes's, like, chemical altered hair? Or, freaking, I can't remember his name. I know the last name was LaBelle. Like, LaBelle's, like, hairspray can. Where, like, I'm pretty sure you spray too much, your hair just turns white. Maybe that was the perfume, I don't know. There's something going on with that man's hair. He looked like the freaking Joker at some point. I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo?
Hold it!
He doesn't look all familiar. No, I don't think so. And this is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I don't like the people, but they're trying to trick the other people. Says the con artist. In between them, they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair. It would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face. Oh no, Signor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park. But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems. Eh, Kappa? You didn't see a man like this, sir.
Hold it!
But according to what you said, you spoke with 1,000 more people that day. Oui, that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then, you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present? Normally, the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, and it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could give us, maybe then we could recall. That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of the fact, huh? If there was a man with a red hairpiece, but his mustache did not match the color, then I do not think I would have forgotten him. Zuma said these two had only been shown that photograph, and they'd been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, his fish and chips! I so badly want to say that. Actually, hold on. Yeah, no, hold on. I'm saving this. Hold on. I'm gonna go back. I just want to say his fish and chips. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember in this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating incessantly? Not really. I was looking only at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips of any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. Oh, spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti! Really, I had no idea. Tell him again what you said before, Peppino. Si, Capo, si. I say it again and again. Okay. Okay, I just want to do that. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. What if I told you that the man in the red hairpiece was actually a detective? The man's a photograph, a detective. Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but it changes nothing. Oh.
Excuse me.
Hello? Something to add, Mr. De Rossi. Shit, see, I'm always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper. What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance? Eh? What did he just say about the detective? Yes, that. Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You haven't said nothing already. But what, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard. Oh, what? Good lord! He's on a box. Oh. Explain this volatile face in your testimony, witness. It's simple. A man who was at the park and said to us that there was no such man. Madai, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten, eh? I have forgotten nothing. Nobody like this came to the park. Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat at the pasta, no one is a faster. But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection.
Drop Todd. The damage is done. The freaking objection. They both like objection, and it's like, yeah, frick this. Like in the anime, just like a wave of wind just like blasts the freaking people. Indeed it is, sir. There was a man who came to the park and said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. It was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was clearly different. See, it's true. The man who came was a younger. His face was clean-shaven, his eyes were sadder, and his chin was thinner. No resemblance whatsoever then. Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, if you are really a detective, show us the proof. See, the capo here, he doesn't take on no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification. Identification? You mean an official police inspector's identification? That is most unconvincing. Sorry, my lord. Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It is quite out of the question. Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity? Clearly the papers were fake. Sotto, Capo, you are a genius! As we say in Italia, it takes a thief to recognize another, eh? And what happened after he announced that he was a detective? He became very annoying. He said you are under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park. It was fantastical! And look, here it is! The identification. So you stole it from the man. He had it coming! He made us very scared. But he was not who he said he was. Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it would be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence. But I like them. Yeah, tough luck, kid. Now let's return to the witness's testimony. Okay. Let me look at this. Metropolitan Police Warden card. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Okay. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it? Out of interest, what name is given? Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Gregson. Wait, what? This Scotland Yard insignia. It looks genuine to me. But how? And the department identification number details are all correct as well. Since when have you known those? Do you mean to say? I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all. Okay.
Objection!
Yeah, okay. I wonder if I could ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade? What is your intention here, Counsel? Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective will allow his or her identification to be stolen. That is the boss's! No question about it! It can't be! As I suspected, the undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carrying out an incognito investigation. Zua the laws! Oh, he fell down! But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on that to me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he'd say. Could be then that the inspector was physically unable to report it. Physically, what are you saying? Unable to, you're not suggesting. Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No! Dude is sick to his stomach. The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to do about that? Oh. I know nothing! I've done nothing! Cries in French. Pull yourself together, Peppino! Mon Dieu, you can't behave a little more like a master criminal than that, non? Now I wish I had returned to Italia! Oh, not French, Italian, sorry. Like, mother... How old are you? You're 25, okay. Cries in Italian. Stop a crying, Peppino, please! Otherwise Lume, stop your one and stop talking! Well, I believe the court will need to hear your story. I know nothing, I did nothing! but you will tell her everything, or face the worst possible outcome. You will dry your eyes and testify again about these identification papers and the precise circumstances under which you came by them. For crying out loud. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him in for the night at our secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case. We took the man's identification from him and shut him in the room next to ours. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in a nice room. It was like nothing like prison, really. This is outrageous. You imprisoned the man. But no. It was not like a prison. It was a very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo? It was never part of my plan. I swear it. Oofa. So you think it was all my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of the fiery wrong by just a little a day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino. I know it. No. Per favor, Capo. It is not fair. You should have plenty of time for squabbling back at the prison, gentlemen. I don't believe this. How could I have been a real detective? Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. So on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. They are just crying. Okay.
Hold it!
Do you realize what you're saying? You have to listen to me. I never intended for that to happen. I'm so sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. It was the first time for the Capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. You freaking cry like a pitiful man. But I mean, well, actually, fair enough for them crying because they didn't know. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the Capo here. An impulsive idea, I would say. No, not impulsive. Inspired. Eh, Capo? What am I supposed to say to that, Peppino? News in the house described that you confined Inspector Gregson, was it? But you have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you are right, but we couldn't be completely certain.
Hold it!
You scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We didn't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, we would go straight to the police station to blow a whistle on us. Even if he was just afraid to be an inspector, he was up to no good, without a doubt. I think most people would agree that it's you two who were up to no good. Well, see, you may be right, eh, Capo? The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner. What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place. See, I asked myself the same question! We were writing down the names and addresses of all of the people who we took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me. See, address Scotland Yard, Homicide Division, he said. What? You probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification. What was Inspector Gregson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout to say. See, we did it! Took the man's identification from him and shut him up in the room next to ours. That being this identification book here, correct? See, that is the one! What made you believe that it was forgery? I've never seen a real one, of course. But it was so suspicious, this man. Laura, I was thinking, it must be falso. Eh, Capo? It was just as Peppino has said. We were convinced it was not genuine. And so together, the hilarious brothers, we took a man captive. All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made the preparations to transport all the money. In for a penny, in for a pound. Hello, tussle. What do you mean by a little tussle exactly? Boff, it was nothing. Just a minor incident. The falso inspector. It was a real piece of the work, eh, Capo? What happened? Oofa, it was a disaster. We give him a nice room, and what does he do, In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator. Can you blame him? We chased him, monsieur, and we caught him again. Can you blame us? Wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you? Who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught him again and took him back to the room. Wait, I just realized his neck. Wait, hold on.
Excuse me.
I was like, I see something red on his neck. Oh, wait a minute. Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong? Me? Something Mr. De Roseo just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than unusual. What was that all about? Cavolo, at times like that, you don't want to have a cap after you, believe me. I speak from personal experience. That is enough, Peppino. There is no need to say more. The truth is, the night before we put the Red-Headed League plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to the capo, but I tried to run away. It's a shame you didn't manage it. The capo here, he came after me like the turbine, and he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruise to prove it. Eh, Capo? Bruises, you say? Ah, you wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantastical bruises? That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you. What to do, huh? I assure you or I don't. I assure you or I don't. You do now. Laura, if everybody wants to see it, then I do it. Edgar, you see? It's so very visible, eh? Now I know who to call to the stand. That red ring around your neck. You got that when you were dragged back to the house. See, the capo, sometimes these are very rough, and I said that's enough. Peppino's neck has nothing to do with what we are talking about, dear. You have my word. Yes, what is your opinion, Counsel? About this red ring around Mr. De Rossi's neck. I wonder, does it matter? Oh, it is important. Mr. De Rossi, I'm going to have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark around your neck. Aye, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I say, huh? Oh, freak. I was just reading it. You will amend your testimony to as requested, Mr. De Rossi. See, if you really want to know. Tried to escape, but the Kappa put at the collar on them and dragged him back. Like we did to me, see? Okay. So, if I... Where's the photo of Greg? Oh, I just saw it. Okay. Yeah, okay, so... Yeah, no visible red ring around his neck, so...
Objection!
It wasn't Gregson that they took hostage. So the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was hardly a prison. It was like an invitation to stay. It was only. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains. What inconsistency is this, Counsel? I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there is no red ring visible around his neck. But what makes no sense? It was me who took out the collar of the man in the morning. And I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is so clearly visible on this witness's neck, we expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. De Rossi. Also, that would have been noted in, like... And if there was a red ring, it would have been noted in the freaking report. But... Not so as a cause of death, but, you know. Indeed, that is most peculiar. But what did we ever tell you, huh? We say this from the beginning, many times! Oui, Peppino is right. The man is a photograph. Is somewhat different to the man we held captives that night! Order! It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street posing as an incognito inspector was not Inspector Gregson at all. If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that somebody could have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution makes that assertion itself. And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day, which surely means we can't divorce the two events completely. The inconsistency noted by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation. But equally, they actually encountered an imposter. I don't know why, it almost looked like he's looking at us, like... Dude's breaking the fourth wall and I don't like it. Actually, I'm sorry, he said imposter. Oh god, it's a Mogus. How did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? Does the defense have some plausible explanation, counsel? The whole thing defies explanation. It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie. No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. Good gracious! Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So why don't you help us all to see whatever truth is that you've apparently seen? Who exactly was this inspector that appeared before Mr. De Roseo and Mr. De Rossi? We playing Among Us, boys! Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prison that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up to now has been a waste of time.
Objection.
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in the park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification? See, that's alright! We tell the same story every time! Whoever this man was, the capo dragged him from a pillar to a post with a dog collar! Mon Dieu, Peppino, I was not so harsh as you say. So who was that falso inspector, eh? Who was he? Clearly the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night. I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witnesses encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson? Dude has a red neck, and even Ryunosuke points this out, like questioning why the red neck there, like when we first seen him.
Take that!
Goodness me, isn't that one of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today? A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passersby.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witnesses, is this the man or not? What has happened to his lip? See, this is a man not for the Red-Head League, eh? He's looking for the Twisted Lip League, no? Perhaps rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. During his testimony earlier, I noticed something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand. Bailiff, bring the aforementioned witness back to the courtroom immediately. Oh, there it is. Their brother in arms. Well, I never. Now you're part of the Redneck League. Okay, I'll be right back real quick. I've hired this scared judge to look at you. Alright, I'm back. Absolute gobsmacked. Well, I never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him. Behind him. Okay. Yep. Now, what's going on here, eh? I've always had this, it's a birthmark, isn't it? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you? I summoned by an inspector again? I'm telling you, you've got it all wrong as usual. You're denying all knowledge of it. Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh? Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. Roseo and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice? Are we in a bigger trouble, eh, Capo? We are in a bigger trouble, eh, Capo? That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony. The man who claimed to be an imposter inspector that day was definitely not this man. Is right, see? You think we would forget these grand lips, huh? I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I've no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the world, me. I've no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I be involved in something like that? Just look at me, eh? Does it look like I could carry off a disguise with a face like this? It would certainly appear that we have the wrong man. What have I been telling you, There was no need for this pointless testimony. That's right. I'm just a simple peddler, remember? Fresno Street's all I know. How would I have come by a police inspector's identification book, eh? Well, yes, that's hard to explain, but... A brief cross-examination, I think, counsel. Very brief. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? I stand steadfastly at your side as always, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay.
Hold it!
So you say, but how can you be quite so certain? There is no need to urge your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is not obvious, none? Because I have never before seen lips like this. Nevertheless, there's a clear red marker on Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like that left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar. Mon Dieu! With your words, is it like you trying to wring my neck? It does look very much like a Maya neck though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lads. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me. Okay. Was the first time in my life. I feel lucky to have been born with red hair. And I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. Oh my god. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before? Oui, c'est toi. I swear it to by the flames in my hair. The fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
Hold it!
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry, either. That is what I'm saying for some reason makes me want to eat. Ade Fabian call it, and then Claire. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before, either. Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain. See, maybe it's a nationality trait, oh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have a grand lips. No, lad, I was born right there on Fresno Street, and I've never left. Oofa, that is the problem, see. So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip. Now, how many times do you want me to say it, Day? Never leave Fresno Street, alright? No interest in any high-reddit... Okay, I just had a stroke there, I think.
Hold it!
So, you heard of the Red-Headed League, had you? You don't get the name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going on in town. I saw that tasty tidbit to a fair few redheads that came past me. Just between us, even got Sanders cough up for it. Well, he does have a very red nose, if that counts. Who knows? But as you can see, my own hair's not got a hint of red in it. In any case, Fresno Street's my patch. You won't catch me sidling off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Excuse me.
Mr. De Roseo. We cannot help you. Did Mr. Gossip's word just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To the headquarters of your Red-Headed League, yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. Oh, what? Mr. Gossip, with a housing agent? He had some kind of contract in this and they were clearly discussing terms. But no, you're mistaken, chum. I'd never left Fresno Street, like I said before. You mistaken me for someone else? Someone with the same face. No, the capo's right. I remember it so too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes. Like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why there's a man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip. No, this is a man, he lies. He tells you that he has a no name. But in fact, it's the name of Hugh Boone. It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think. See? No! I'm a peddler of this tidbits of information, like I said, on Fresno Street, and that's all that. I don't not much like folk talking about my personal life. And yet you do the same to other people. Indeed, it is not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial, assuming no objections. It just like changed or something, like...
Objection!
I'm sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case. Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asogi? As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings. Well, I never! In what capacity? Hugh Boone, the name of the leaseholder of the room. Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking. Well, alright. I suppose that might be the case, So your real name is Hugh Boone. Well, just between us, I don't like to blow my own trumpet. There's no finer peddler of tidbits in town. So I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in a fallen down backstreet townhouse. You do? And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there last time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's not a me. Sink again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before? It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a tidbit peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss. You will update your testimony to include this most surprising revelation, Mr. Boone. If I must. So the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered, has been here under our noses all along. Okay. You say that... Sorry? All alone in the world, no kinfolk or nothing, why would I be involved in something like that? If the room is yours and there is a picture of Miss Vigil on one of the on like the freaking desk. Good sir. I know who you are. I know what you are. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why is it that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room. I presume as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not? Oh, well... Mr. Boone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are. I don't know what you mean. I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone. As the man says, leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life has no bearing on this case. Oh, it does. Because it's simply not possible that he impersonated Inspector Gregson. How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features. But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean? Yes, counsel, what do you mean? Well, there's no denying that Mr. Boone's ellipse is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent ellipse is itself part of an elaborate disguise. Then hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Boone? Oh! He's shaking in his boots. Good witness, are you still hiding the truth from this court? Bro is about to crash out. If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be... Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Boone's true identity to the court. No, please, no. Very well then, counsel. What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil. Oh! I don't recall that name, Counsel. Who is this Mr. Vigil? It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective, asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman in this photograph, in fact, this is Miss Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two Red-Headed League men. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Because we've been led to believe that you, Miss Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we need to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife. She's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence. Now just hold on a minute. What am I talking about? Really? I love his shocked face, like, he's just like, the jig is up, boys. It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise. No, please. Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. Rosario and Mr. De Rossi, will you restrain the witness? Oi, my lord! See, my lord! Oh! No! Stop! Get off, please! Don't! Oh. Oh my god. That is so jarring. Well, we are now seeing your true features, I presume. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face. Just have, like... So it would appear that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen this man before? I don't believe it, but... See, there is a no question. This is the inspector we saw in the park. Extraordinary. On the day of the Red-Headed League's enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. Rosario and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you disguised as the inspector, or rather... was you posing as the inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the chief warder at Barclay Prison. the chief warder, and your career had promise. Why? You would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing peddling tittle-tattle on Fresno Street? Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all of this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So where did Mr. Hugh Boone come from? Boone is the other me. It's a name I invented. Well, evidently there's a great deal under the surface here. I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. As you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment as Barclay's chief warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. The times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you are the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was absolutely determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name of Hugh Boone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the very crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. A place from which I couldn't emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler. And transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it. But why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place? I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons, and without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them. Yes. They made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you could sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Very true. To have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment. That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Boone and begun my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day. Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours? I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw that I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family, and from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Visit Ortiz tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietress. There was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people on those occasions. He would lend me his identification so people would believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially. A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquishes his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure I need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense. But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Gregson! Even if I end up a croaker. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my boon disguise, and then went as instructed to the park, armed with the inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might have given me away. Well, it would seem this confession completely destroys the defense's case. Explain yourself, Prosecutor Sogi. My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered. At the hands of these two red-headed league men when they imprisoned the inspector. But no, that can't be! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day. It was me. Oh goodness. Finally, we have clarity. We had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Fence, for proving it. What? Oh. Indeed, it would appear that we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. It's proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense. I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Pardon me, my lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma? What question, counsel? It concerns the events of 10 years ago. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago. The execution of the professor, Genshin Isogi. I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh. Answer me, man. One moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case? Naturally. It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked. Does the defense concur, Counsel? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual. Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Isogi's last moments. His own father. I know, I do understand that. But even so... Prosecutor Isogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? And I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection. I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness. The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten? I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? Well, 10 years is a long time, but to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job. Yes, you're right. Not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily. Which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection. Sorry, the human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface, and when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed. But I really don't... Kazuma-sama. If it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right, now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Let's break this man's spirit! Let's freaking go! I have no idea how this is going to go. But this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your versions of events.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of Chief Warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me. Do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Dismissal notice? And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? It's mine! So you didn't resign from the prison service at all? For some reason, you were dismissed as Chief Warder from Barclay. No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure. I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense. Oh, isn't it? Oh, no. He's spiraling. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was set on 17th June, 10 years ago. On that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June. Was that the professor's execution? Professor, as you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict ostensibly executed early that day later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness. However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot rang out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments. Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder Daily Vigil, I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on 17th June 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil. Yes, the whole prison, it was complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Order! Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned? It's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams. Oh my goodness. The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, a notched rubber. But surely those reports were exaggerated. There were traces at the scene. Traces of what? In Millgate Cemetery, at plot number 139, blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there. The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering. I've reviewed the police records from that time extensively, and thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by the investigating team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Are you suggesting that a prison warder? I bet the man's bid for freedom. Yes, and I was suspected of doing it, of using that man's mass murderer's execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now, the horror of it all coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. I do not like how tall this man is. I know this is just like... I know it's perspective, but still. I'm sorry, Daly. This is a serious business. Why can I help you know? Now, as chief warder, you were responsible for overseeing the execution of 4, eh? Well, it seems the fellas at Scotland Yard want to have a few wee words with you about it. You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person. As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, The professor, the most hated killer in our country's history. And I let him escape. I'm finished. My life is over. Oh no. Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for today with immediate effect.
So, with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Cosima, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
Ryunosuke speaking, jump scare. Like, yep. And that's where I'm going to end the stream today. No, get me out. Get me out. Get me out of here. It's still the same day! Ah! I've escaped. Yep! It's becoming more and more harder to not say anything about what's going on and all that, but in due time, everything will be revealed in due time. I completely forgot I looked up freaking... I don't know how the heck I did that. I forgot about Clavier Gavin gif I found. Oh my god. Yeah, like... This is just like... Oh yeah, we're just gonna go back at some point to... The case of 10 years ago. What? I almost had a stroke there. My brain is fried like chicken. But yeah, like Kazuma is not himself at all. He's out for blood. To figure out what happened years ago. Which, it does have to do with the case, really, but... We're trying to figure out what happened to Gregson and not what happened 10 years ago, but we'll figure all that out soon. But I shall see you all next time. For whenever I do this, I do apologize for not having a schedule. Things just kind of happen, and like... Things just like things happen, and I have to like help out with stuff. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And I shall see you all next time. Like, I tried to like at least like get all the cases done soon. But I hope you guys have a wonderful day, and I shall see you all next time from whenever I do this. Goodbye!